interesting case, I think. So we might as well get the ball rolling because it's going to be a long one. Alright. Yeah, I've been hearing anywhere between 7 and 10 hours or something like that for this case. Just grabbing my screenshots for the next thumbnail. I love this, like, GoldenEye / like, Bad Apple intro. That's actually kind of sick. Goodness. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. Oh, sir, being so dramatic, aren't you? Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally. Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous detective attorney Mia Fey. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Fey, Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Oh, wait. You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yeah, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. Oh, no. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time, but please, you have to help. It's my sister. The fact that the trial's tomorrow? Maya, could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Phoenix. Okay, what is her deal? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just, you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16. Ma'am, how are you 16 and you look older than Maya does? I see. Wait, only 16? Yeah, I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known at my age, no less. So exactly what is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader, but I'm ready to do my job at my age, no less. Great, another future professional in training. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow. My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How would she know Mia? And also, how would she know Mia but not know that Mia's dead? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah, sure can't falter for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? amazing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to my sister. Oh, this is going to be... Oh, I wonder if we wind up getting to use all of her, like, scientific advancements. Oh, that would be sick. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school, so they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney, and well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Oh my god. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Oh, they're not close at all, are they? Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh. I'm sorry. Phoenix! Why? Why do you open your mouth sometimes? I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this year? Understood, ma'am. What was that all about? Hi, Lana. Okay. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look. I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry. What exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. What is it with the prosecutors getting in trouble around here? You're a prosecutor? No wonder they know each other. Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just like... She even looks like Maya. Oh no. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? This is Mia. Oh no. There's something you should know from the start, which is the suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinator's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed as it were. Well, that's just great. So, who is the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective? Hi, Meatball. How are you? A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. You? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. It does. Hi, Sophie. How are you? So you're the chief prosecutor. That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. Make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't... Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this. I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? This one is Turnabout Rise from the Ashes, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is Rise from the Ashes. From what I gather, people were doing their best not to spoil it for me, thankfully. People were trying not to spoil this case for me, but apparently it was a DS exclusive when it first appeared, and because of that, it has some interesting mechanics. So this should be interesting because apparently a lot of those were touch screen specific. I am playing on a computer. No, this is the Steam version, so we'll see if that actually works or what they have done to deal with that. Wait, if Lana gets a guilty verdict, Miles becomes the chief prosecutor, lose the case. You know what? I'll consider it. Or I would if it wasn't like probably a game over. Love this case. Yeah, from what I gather, it's very good. It's very long, but it's also apparently very good. And very unique. Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Do it for Edgy. Oh my god, we're never letting him live this down. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey, it was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me. Intellectually attracted, Lana was top of her class in school. And they were roommates indeed. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Absolutely not. They were quote unquote roommates. Mia is a lesbian, confirmed, trust. I know, yeah. That's what and they were roommates is. It sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. Done. But, Lana. Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. The genuine shock. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Oh, wow. Breaking it. Okay. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. She doesn't believe we can, but, you know, we kind of have to. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes, but something doesn't fit. It's not looking at Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I swear, if it's still DL6, I'm going to scream. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister, she's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Let's go. Let's see, just make sure she doesn't have anything to say. Oh, this is a slick set. Let's go. So this is a lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work! Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my coworkers 3 years from now after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying to not stand out too much here, see? Hey there, you're expecting to go unnoticed here, partner. Partner? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, what do we have here? Looks like a Bambina got lost from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Cole Cassidy, is that you? Mr. Marshall. Marshall looks more like a sheriff to me. Look here, Bermuda. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You wanna? What's this guy talking about? You had a walk home now. Habit trails been on. What on earth? Was that a hombre, a friend of yours? Kinda, sorta, yeah, he's a detective who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. No clues. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer? Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Wallet hastily stuffed into pocket. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay. Now, look at the court record. Okay. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now, let's start examining from every angle. Okay, so we rotate it like this. Oh, this is slick. Oh, look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out. Wow. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID number 5842189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Okay, so we got the ID card. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Alright, in that case, can I also check this? Oh, that's wild. Some of it's actually more high def than the rest of it. Name and ID, we're in here, blah, blah, blah. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID, YAPADAB. See, wouldn't that be better? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Oh, no. Exactly my point. It doesn't take much to amuse her. Cool. Aw, too bad I can't check out his picture. Oh, that's cool, though. Alright. Let's see. What else is going on here? What's this? This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose? Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe, you know, was Mr. Relativity German? Or was he British? Oh, no. Mr. Relativity, are you sure that was his name? Oh, no. She is quite something. Alright, so I guess we will start over. Let's see. What's this? Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. How does a scientist student not know Albert Einstein? She also thought the security office was a cafe. So something tells me there's not a whole lot ping-ponging around in that head of hers. Look, a door. This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I failed to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Aha, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Oh. Phoenix Wright, long-suffering. Here's a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears, no, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade, hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. An oil drum looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy, I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. You don't need to be. It doesn't matter. Also, this is a wild parking garage. How do you get cars? Oh, wait. Do you like drive in and then it slots in? Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's sick. So you drive in. You park on the thing. It slots you into the I don't want to call it a carousel, but I guess the car vending machine? And then, oh, that's slick. You just park a whole bunch of cars all in one spot. Beautiful. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, it looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. Oh, no. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying on along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. That's scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, well. Little Philly's got a good nose on her. You wanna know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for vittles anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up Vittles, Saloon, and Cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Great, maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me. Were you two all set? Us? What's this? She couldn't be... You're selling lunches here? This is a crime scene. Hello, half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yeah? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone, even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. I'm sorry, what? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. Man, I wish I had some lunch right now. Aw, go get food, Meatball. My God. I'd offer you something, but our kitchen's closed. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you're a slow one, aren't you? Oh, is this the witness? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? Oh, she must be the witness. Yep. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. Yep, this is her. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? I want food also. I ate lunch 10 minutes ago. Oh my blood. Then go get a snack or something. Please cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Oh no. Ma'am. Ma'am. Illegal. No, I can't go back to the car! I scream. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was the day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors! They have no qualms and all about blackening the names of innocents. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday, it was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? What? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So, what exactly was it that you witnessed, Ms. Starr? It's a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. See Lana Sky wield that knife, so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Sky's knife? Wait a second, you know Lana Sky? Of course, it's quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels late. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Starr? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. Never mind. You win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a Trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Starr, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis? Not. I mean, arguably maybe. Maybe. Because she doesn't like prosecutors. She comes here every day to sell them food. Her boyfriend just happens to work in security. Did you have a bad experience with a prosecutor, Miss Stark? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha! Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Starr was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be sheer cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking Coffee Queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Which is entirely fair. About this card. Lunchline vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card. It's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady. What? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? See, I wanted to see if she recognized the guy beyond just, you know, the murder victim. But, clearly that's not the case. Okay, we have a steel samurai in the back. We have... Is that not... no. We've seen that outfit before. Is that not Von Karma's jacket? Just in the wrong color? Like, it looks like a mix of Edgeworth and Von Karma. So I'm very confused. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. What a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. This must be the king of the prosecutor's office. Trophy. Trophy what? That shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. And it's broken? From the looks of it. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Hey! Long time no see, Edgeworth. Hey, bud. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course. I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once, and... Right. Our sister's the chief prosecutor, after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk! No, did I? No. It was just Mr. Wright here. Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be Mike? Edgeworth! How? How do you keep getting tied up into these things? How? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. That is not a... Stop. So the body was found in your car. Go ahead, say it right. You think I did, don't you? After you went through all the trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean, wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember. You've really I'll admit, it was a surprise for me, too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Is he the prosecutor for the case? This guy is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. Of course. You? Mr. Edgeworth? My god. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky? Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Of course it was. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Edgeworth, my guy, my amigo. This is not how this works. Do you know this man? Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright, huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth, but then my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. It's against my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. Aw, thanks, my guy. He doesn't like you very much, does he, Mr. Wright? Nah, with Edgeworth, it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. Time to examine his office. Sir, I need to know what's going on with this. This jacket is even lazier than his usual one. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. And I like how he doesn't even cut in to like, tell her off about the jacket. Also, even his potted plant has a cravat. Sir, my guy, unnecessary. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Mumbles of prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors. It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So that K, that's... K stands for king. Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. And he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheek from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool. It's like, hey, by the way, you needed a reminder she's 16, right? Here. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn, huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. I love these two so much. Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright. Let's go. Whoa, these are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone get them for him. Gumshoe. Strange, why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? He must study these cases reports so closely. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Ooh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing, the drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Absolutely not. I mean, yes, but also no. Not with, you know, this man's tea. Very important to keep it, you know, organized. What a view. It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until impact to the ground would be... Got it, approximately 3.23 seconds. That's handy to know. Something tells me we're going to hear about that later. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right from Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy. She Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? No. I don't think so. That's right. Her name was Wendy. Oh, no. A work desk. It's quite tiny as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Gumshoe. Old bag jump scare. I know, right? Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. He would, too. I can almost guarantee it. Okay, so I think that's everything in his office, right? Yeah, because we've got the bouquet with the steel samurai. We've got his jacket. Okay, so that's the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors! Please stop saying that. That still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of this shield broken off? Okay, so we've got everything there. We've got his desk. We've got his tea. We've got his books. We've got his chess set where he's clearly bullying Phoenix, right? Alright, let's see. Do you have anything else to talk about? No. I do wish he had some sort of, actually, you know what? So basically, this says you are the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why is that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Actually true. Oh, Edgy is a king. King Edgy. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? No! I hate everything. Come on. There we go. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield. I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Edgeworth's parking stub added to the court record. So he entered the lot at 5:12. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate it if you'd direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh my god. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, isn't it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir. I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with us, sir. Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Oh, no. Right, Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. Aww, but sir, I didn't know. Poor guy, looks like he was absent on the day they gave out raids and good luck! Oh no! Right. Yes, sir? God, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's see what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks? He seems to have finally calmed down, at least. Don't mind if I do. You don't have anything else to talk about. I still can't slide over to the car itself. That's fine. We are going to go to the police department. We are stuck outside. Love that for us. Aww! The poor mascot has a band-aid. Ooh, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me, that took almost 30 minutes by taxi and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to the criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's that? Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Why are you saying it's undulating? Wait, I know. This is the blue badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forgot the blue badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the blue badger? Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Of course, who's Gumshoe? Hey, pal, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. I'm sure you are. Dancing with the, mascot? I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You'd better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it shows that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yeah, well, no, come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister. Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Aw, Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? And what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. An Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of a crime scene is unheard of, pal. Let us try presenting him with this. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that, you have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa, now I remember! Bruce Goodman, he's the victim! That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Here's hoping. Found him at Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor's guy to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have, someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. Car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently, he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award, even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stout. Oh, that's just a repeat of that. Alright, come on. No. Oh, actually. Miles Edgeworth, 1712, so 512, I think? Yeah. This is the day of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. If only he was held up at a couple extra red lights, he wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. It just goes to show you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. Hello. Wait, whoa. What's that? Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Well, she doesn't listen to red lights. Clearly not. Von Karma, I guess he must have been a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably... Well, whatever, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does kind of have a ring to it. Yeah, no, because we know who Von Karma is, my guy. We know who it is. It's a fist holding a shield. That's a very elaborate statue. Wait. Oh, this is funny. It's a chess piece into a fist holding a shield with a K on it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted! No! I want it. Yes. Oh, this is slick as all heck. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now, there's a scary thought. Actually, yeah, I can't picture Edgeworth being the woodsy type either. It is a good knife. I was gonna say, you probably have opinions on this knife. Alright. Sir, I would like to talk to you about Bruce Goodman. So, this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. He's in a tough spot again. Again? Oh yeah, because he got framed for murder last year around Christmas. And now he's got the rumors now. Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses, nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing it for all of us. Which is more or less what he told us, too. Because imagine trying to prosecute your boss, you know? And I think that's everything we have here, aside from just examining everything. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look... Wow. She has a... What? I mean, mugshots are just unusually bad, but geez. I was wondering about that. What? The dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor blue badger, fated to dance until he drops. The blue badger panel added to the court record. The fact that it's getting added to the court record, oh no. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police. Officer Marshall, is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene, maybe? What's crossed out? What is that? Just act like you're supposed to be there. Nobody will look at you twice, pal. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Well, first things first, I want to check this out. Aw, I can't spin him around. He's got a handprint on him, though. And, like, a smudge. Excuse me, I would like... let's see. Annual something, $20. What does that say? Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see. Annual bonus, $20. There we go. I think a couple zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Aw. Poor Gumshoe. Only making $20 bonus. Alright, let's see. So we asked about that. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine right now, behind those doors, a police drama is in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea why. Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip, I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, see? What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. Which is, fair. I always get excited when I come to a police station. Why is that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh. You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Oh no. But yeah, I think we've gotten everything out of you. So let's head back to the underground parking lot. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, it looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, babe. Oh no. Oh, that's her. I'm assuming her boyfriend. Oh, still here? Ah, hello. What the surprise looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. I'm sorry, what happened to the security guard? Oh, is she dating Marshall? Oh no. Hey, what's wrong, Bambino? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Oh no. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime, a cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right in the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe. Ah, that old cow dog? He's holding a birthday party or something. Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries, this proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settlers, strike out for the lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self. Police investigations are like settling land. Oh no. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoot detectives till 2 years ago to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, doesn't Bambino? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner? Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Ms. Angel Starr. One stab in the chest, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Goodman's autopsy has been added. Wait a minute, didn't she say she heard multiple stabs? Wasn't my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common. They apparently worked together on a case a few years back, so there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to the parking lot. So it seems like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. Huh. As much as I want... Alright, compadre, count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're gonna draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Remind me never to visit Texas. Okay. Ah, a toy shield suits the play well. Jeez, what exactly could you shield with that? A toy night baby? Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these. Let me guess. Did it have a K for King of Detectives on it? Hey, they can use the same shield over and over. Note to self, the prosecutor's office in criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it, they've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. Alright, well anyway, let's just scoot. Actually, wait, I can just slide. This is fine. Audio recorder? This looks like a cell phone. Oh, okay. Even better. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Yeah, check it out. Because this might not actually be the victims. It could have been the murderers. Alright. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial, Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Alright. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know? Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. Of course it is. These are hard to come by, you know. I see the series is as popular as ever with the kids. Alright. Well, first things first. Inspect the back. And the front. Absolutely nothing. This apparently opened the phone. Bizarre. Okay, anything here aside from the button? Bam. Now to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Oh, sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prosecutor Sky. What? It's my sister's. She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now, I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now, one of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone, a wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner? Uh-oh, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrol. Cell phone added to the court record. So... Oh no. So... She called... possibly us. Actually... Do I get to actually see I wanna see. There's no need to push this again. What's wrong? You look like I do during finals. Never mind, it's nothing. What do you mean? I don't need to. I want to see if it calls us again. The audacity. I like how they just did like a ribbon. This rope is it? Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So, wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You have got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. 675-12-2. Look, something's written on it. Goodman. You're right. Let's see. Oh, 6-7-S. Okay, that's an S and a 5. Okay, cool. 12-2. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. So that's probably... Well, 6-7-S is... Wait. So, if we turn that upside down, because that reminds me of the code for the DL6 incident, just with a different designation. So if we turn that upside down, it becomes what, SL9? SL9, something like that. So it's either 6-7-S or SL9 for either 2-21 or 12-2. Okay. Because we have there's no evidence that it is for sure upside down, but given the format, I'm inclined to think it's flipped. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the truck is busted. So someone broke in. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. Especially if they're good. B block is through there. That's where visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it, and you'll be fine. Oh my god. All right, and I think that might. Okay, and we have the A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Also, ma'am, you'd be parking in B block too. You're not a prosecutor. And you don't want to be a prosecutor. All right, anything new here? Nothing new here, nothing new here. Nope. All right, cool. Let's check out this. Okay, so we can't actually flip it, but I'm still saying I'm pretty sure this is upside down. I would not bet money on it, but I think this is upside down. You. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prosecutor tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambino. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambino? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you might find one person. But they're off limits, untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What you're saying, Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was the closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Cell phone updated in the court record. There we go. A detective is murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. To be continued. Love it. So that should be sending us into the first trial. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yeah? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there is one decisive difference between you and her. And that is... you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Oh boy. February 23rd, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Ha! Edgeworth. Sir. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since this trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment is to be made here. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office alone. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. Oh no, I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime, a professional witness. Whoa, a professional witness? I don't like that. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. The cough-up queen. The fact that she's got onigiri just stuck to her head. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar. I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Starr was a detective? Just noticed she's got one of those octopus Wheaties on her collar. Wait, I need to see it. I need to see it. I know who you were called. Oh, she does! Oh, she's dressed like a bento box! That, you know what? That could... Yeah. Especially since that's what she's selling. Oh. Oh, no. Kafu Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. I thought it was like just like a dangling tassel, but no, now that you've pointed out that it's one of those octopus weenies, I can't unsee it. Very well, you may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. Oh boy. Oh, she brought a map. Okay, cool. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. Block A is for the prosecutor's office personnel. Block B is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot floor plans added to the court record. Great. Did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright, I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? This judge, my God. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Okay, I want to see... Can I see the court record really quick? Thank you. Autopsy report. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. One knife wound. Death due to loss of blood. Okay, so let's see. Oh, this is a new format. Love this, love this. Let's see. Name of deceased. Bruce Goodman, 36, male. Date and time of death, February 21st, between 4 o'clock and 5:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from chest wound. Assessment wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. Okay, good to know. And then, so we know, we know Edgeworth brought his car into the lot at 5:12. The murder was at 5:18, at which point, Lana Skye calls her sister. But that does cause some problems, because if he was stabbed at 5:18, she would have been calling her sister while simultaneously stabbing a guy, right? I sent some through the wire. By Garsh car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. And Edgeworth is like, bruh. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant. I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. We're dealing with Edgeworth here. I need something more substantial than that. Can you tell us what the suspect was doing when you saw her? Okay. She's holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrusts the pointy tip of the knife into Goodman's chest. Okay, so we don't... Oh, okay, loss of blood from chest wound. Okay, so that was correct. It is pointy. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Yeah, tell me more about it. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. That's fine. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. So, you can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, person. Perhaps the chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Okay. Wait a minute. I mean, he died of a chest wound, but like, the blood splatter on this knife doesn't look right. I want to try it. Your Honor. Yeah. Nope. Nope. All right. So I guess they're going to argue that it got smeared, or like they did the art for the knife weird. I guess. Fine. Be like that. Holding a knife in her right hand. Next to a garbage car. Well, actually, well, let's see. So, I'm trying to think. Okay, so basically, she would have had to have been standing somewhere around here. Or I guess maybe here to see more or less cleanly through the fence. But she doesn't, but like to sit next to it, does behind it count as next to it for this logic? I mean, technically probably, because that's just being pedantic. Because anywhere technically around here is next to it. Trying to think, so... I want to know more about this, please. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That, you have several? Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Here to join. Wow. The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. Ha! The security guard room is in the lot in A block. Honestly, could go either way with her. It's up on the second floor, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Okay. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I'm parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. You sensed something, so you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like, how would you say? Oh yes, it was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese. A pale white cheese, not yet tingy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. Then I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Oh, no, you're neither. None of the above. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. I dislike this woman. Same. Same. So the game I'm doing a review on just had an update, and as part of it, something changed. I got flagged for an exploiter, and half the dev team joined my server to watch what I was doing. Oh, God. What did you do? What did you do? Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes, the next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Ray. We can make it. Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Ah! Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. I didn't do anything, it was a bug. The dev team was just confused why I was in the log. Wow. Okay, fair enough. Ms. Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue. There's something here, but I'm just like, what is it? So we have Lana's phone by the car. We have his wallet by the door, by the entrance. We have this case memo in the trunk. This is not relevant at this time. This kind of corroborates the time somewhat. Traces of victim's blood. No prints. Usually in toolbox. Let's see. I don't think that's anything. Let's see. Standing next to a garish car. So what I want to know is where she was standing, but like, I don't think we're going to get that out of her. Let's see. Holding a knife in her right hand. Come on. Oh, is this just going to be about the knife? I want to know, like... See, the issue I have here is like, the cell phone had to have been at the same time as the stab, right? According to the confession. So, then she thrusts the pointy. Let's see. Somehow I was knew this day would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend in the security office. Then when I sent something, perhaps it was my finally honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. So, this is the only thing I can think of, because like B-Lot doesn't have a ton of great places to stand to have seen that, especially from 30 feet away. I'm gonna try it, see what happens. Yep, nope. Nope. Oh, okay, yeah. So basically it's taking any position around that car as next to it. And it's saying that she can see it just fine. Which is okay, whatever. Let's see, what else do we have to work with here? So we have the investigator's ID card found at the crime scene. That was by the door. Chief saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. Let's see. Given to Edgeworth came from prosecutors at the PD on the day of the murder. That's fine. See, through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. What I want to know is how this worked out in the span of 3 minutes. Cause that's a very tight window to murder someone. Designed by the chief detectives and created by no, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. That we already know. This was in the trunk. 5:18 on the day of the murder. Holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrusts the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. I feel like we've examined all of this, right? Yeah, because this is going. Yeah, because pressing this gives us the length of the knife, which is, I guess, approximately 4 inches, includes 4.5, I guess. Let's see. Holding a knife in her right hand, which is oddly specific, but accurate to the picture that they've shown us. No! Heck. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unless it's 4... Actually, wait, no. Actually, no. I think we might be able to actually push... Well, we could try this, because it's saying caused by a 4.5-inch knife. She's saying the knife was 4 inches. It's going to depend on whether it actually cares about that extra half-inch. Yeah, no, it does. Okay, so they don't care about that half-inch. Oh, shush. Holding a knife in her right hand. I feel like... I sent something. Perhaps it was my finally honed detective's intuition at work. Standing next to a car. Wait, how did she not see... How did she not see the victim? Unless they're claiming that the detective was in her trunk, was in the trunk. What? How did she not see him? No, so, yeah, we found this by the door with his wallet. She called him there. So how does she not see the detective at all? Up until, you know, the stab. Because they're trying to, because it sounds like she's trying to claim that he was already in the trunk. But like, how is he in the trunk if she called him there? Because it's not like she kidnapped him to stab him in the parking lot. No, but like, where is the victim? How do you not see the man? Yeah, see, holding it, then she thrusts the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Yeah, so how? Yeah, so where's the man's? Where is the detective? You know what, I'm gonna try this. I wanna see what happens. Cause I'm hoping to use this. No. Cause I was hoping that by presenting the ID, we'd be able to bring in the fact that we found the ID by the door, and then use that to kind of channel logic over to, well, if the ID was found over here with the wallet, then, you know, how did you not see the victim? So, I feel like I'm missing something. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yeah, their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The Lunch Lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. As she, like, glares at Edward. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Ms. Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. May continue. Yeah, I wouldn't call it flawless. So this is the boyfriend over in the security room. He's the detective. Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several, yes. Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, the other boyfriend, and the invitation to be yet another boyfriend. Stick with the lunches, itself, blah, blah, blah. The security guard room is in the lot in Block A. Yeah, it's up there. You can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. That's not where she's claiming to have seen it, though. She's claiming to have seen it from B block, right? Incidentally, did you bring your lunch boxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block, so she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. Yes. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of murder. It felt like, how would you say? Oh, yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds, which makes no sense. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese. A pale white cheese not yet tangy with experience on the streets of Greenhorn. Then I must be hard yellowed and sharp as tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there, in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you're sure was the defendant, and I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Which is what I'm trying to do. In your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. Are you serious? Is that what it took? You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard the tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly position of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. The moment of the crime as photographed by Angel Star. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife? As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure it is a fine lunch, but isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Again, it was still stronger than your ever feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. Objection. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take this kind of abuse? Ugh. You got a better idea? Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Oh, that's not a good sign. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves proved it. Well, yeah, this has no prints, which is bad. And she even claims to have called. So this is not great. Although, why is she like holding her hand like it's injured? Like her right hand. Isn't that the one that's bandaged? What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves? Oh yeah, true. Those could be driving gloves. The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. When were we going to hear about it? Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Star. This is bad. She's got them thinking it was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flash wound, Mr. Hay. We can... The star's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking must mean... That's fine like that, okay. She always knew this day would come. On her way to deliver a lunchbox to her boyfriend, she sensed something, perhaps it was her finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. I don't want to have to come all the way back through the rest of that, so we're just gonna plant that save right there. So if it was premeditated, well, wait, if it was premeditated, why would it be using Edgeworth's knife? Why would it be, like, even if you were planning on, even if you were, like, bringing gloves to, yeah, no, why would you bring gloves to a crime where the murder weapon is more crime of opportunity? Yeah, no. Yeah, no, this is crime of opportunity right here. Even if she allegedly called him there, if Edgeworth was late because, you know, he hit a bunch of red lights, he got lost, you know, got held up somewhere. Like, if he hadn't arrived 3 minutes before she allegedly, you know, stabbed him, Edgeworth's knife wouldn't have been there. His car trunk would not have been there. What would she have murdered him with if Edgeworth had been late? So how do we prove that? So, I mean, we have a few things we could use. We could argue it with the parking stub, because she claims to have stabbed. So the confession that we don't have in the court record, but we probably can introduce through one of these. So the confession says that she stabbed the victim at 5:18 or 5:15, somewhere around, no, 5:15, I think, and then he died. Yeah, no. So, yeah, so basically the timeline for this is Edgeworth gets to the prosecutor's office at 5:12. Mate is stabbed 3 minutes later, and then 3 minutes after that, Lana calls her sister and then gets arrested and therefore doesn't actually complete the call. So that's a very tight, very specific window for a premeditated murder, right? So how do we prove that it couldn't have been premeditated because the timing is just too perfect without Edgeworth being involved, right? And without, you know, him being there, because literally 3 minutes after he gets there, dude gets stabbed in his trunk. Like, what? So part of me wants to use the knife to show crime of opportunity rather than planning. It's either that or the ticket stub, to be perfectly honest. Because what I'm thinking for this is that it's from his toolbox, which is in his trunk. I put a safety save, so it should just kick back from right here anyway. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. Okay, so it is the knife. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. I think we have... What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon? The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Why are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me that gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? There we go. Yes, thank you. Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, that is a weapon of opportunity if I ever saw one. Order, order, order. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Not quite. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. Oh, Edgeworth, no! I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lotus Guy, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need proof. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now? Well, you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of detection are not to be underestimated. Really now. Angel's deduction. Lotus Guy intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor has a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Oh, that does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Ma'am, you made this one. I like how they just kind of throw you a bone. No, come back. The short wick burns out the fastest is a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Come on. There he goes. And... one knife wound. Bam. We win. You see she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is crying under our feet as we wait, Miss Star. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to loss of blood from one stab wound. Ah, you're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. He's my hero, really. Why is he what about my objection? No one noticed? Yeah, well, actually, why is he helping us on that one? Hello, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Thanks. I always believed that no one should ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. No, then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. This star has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. Okay. I wish I could see her like picture. Actually, we do technically have a picture of her. Wait, she's not wearing one. She's not wearing her thing! Miss Star, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work! The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proven it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady can be so utterly clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. The harsh ones, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection, chump liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well, now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness, continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be just a moment of truth. Got her. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition to hide off to her side. I quickly caught her explaining her rights to her and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You were quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks, I'm good. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly, a predator, this one. A leopard woman, roar. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. How did you do that if you were all the way in B? You say quickly, were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. Yeah, press her. I'd like to see this on the floor plan, just to be safe. The lunch lady's car, the lunch lane car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Star? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing! The Coffin Queen lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So, how did Miss Guy not get away? Yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape but against Angel Star. Yeah, no, I don't... We're going to just toss this down, because we're on precious few resources. Let's see, I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Yeah, no, like, that fence makes it impossible. No. Of course. Ooh. Whoops, that didn't go so well. And here comes the guilty verdict. Yep, that's fine. This is why we saved literally right here. Ha! But yeah, so... Okay, so yeah, she was parked here, she witnessed it from here. 9-foot fence! So apparently, that is not the problem here. So where is this partition on the floor plan? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? Okay. And then that's when she quickly caught up to her. We'll find out more about this. She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... By phone, do you mean... the cell phone discovered at this crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately. My memory... It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't seem to start. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please the rookie defense attorney. Cell phone, updated in the court record. I saw it all, how she tried it on the phone. Except that's not where we found her cell phone. Her cell phone was all the way next to the car. I'm going to try the phone. Seriously? No, you're joking. Come on. Why? Why? That phone was found feet from the broken emergency phone. How? What? What? How does that not count for anything? How does that not count for anything? I'm so confused. There we go. Come on. So, I genuinely need to know why this phone doesn't count for this. Because, like, it was found so far from the emergency phone. Are you trying to claim that when you arrested her, she threw it? Like, how? Lord, the word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 518. Fine, we'll press you on this. Fine. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen closely, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own phone, cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? The chief prosecutor made it to escape. Wait. How would she have seen it with the partition? Oh, wait, no. Okay. Yeah, no, she wouldn't have been able to see it because of the partition. Ran behind the partition, picked up the yeah, there's literally no way she would have seen it. Yeah. Here, we're just going to safety save this so we don't have to do the tedium of getting back here. So we are going to try presenting the map, the parking lots. Got it, I think. Miss Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky.
Objection!
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Star, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Well, let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What? Order, what is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about what she saw, where she saw the order of events. She would have, if she was there to deliver lunch. Okay, so assuming she's not lying about anything else, she was there delivering lunch to her boyfriend at in the security office, the security guard boyfriend, right? So that office has a glass window that lets you see the entirety of the parking lot, right? Now, I don't know if it has a good enough view over the partition, but depending on how wide that partition is, you would have been able to see the stab around it. But you absolutely would have been able to see the phone call, and it would also be a lot faster to get down to A block to make the arrest from the security office than it is to scale a 9-foot fence, run across an entire parking lot, and, you know, around a partition, you know? That doesn't explain why the cell phone was all the way back at the car, but that doesn't matter. I'm inclined to safety save because I'm a coward. And this, where she saw it. This guy tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location. Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Star witnessed this crime was here. Okay, no, so if... she wouldn't have been able to... depending on how tall... actually, this is, what, 6 foot? We don't know how high this is. But in theory, you could angle down to the car from here. In theory. Unless... so... Edgeworth had just arrived. He would have pulled his car in here, right? So... this could have been shifted over after the crime, and you can see here, in theory, from the security room. But it's the only other place it could be. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security guard room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the 2nd floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness not being part of the prosecutor's office couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Starr. Got her. Order, order, witness. What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty... Is she talking about Ms. Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make any sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. The truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Angle of distance to the crime? Angle of the view to the crime, distance of the crime. Oh, no. Yeah, no, it changes the angle of the view. Because she can't get a... Because she's looking at, you know, instead of seeing the whole thing perfectly from B block, she gets a blocked view from the security office. Either, you know, the chief prosecutor gets in the way, the partition gets in the way. Why, the angle of which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and she would have had sort of a more 3D view of the crime, and this is important. What? Oh, come on! I'm screaming. Why? Why? Why are you like this? There must be something in the logic it's expecting from us that it thinks makes more sense. So she lied about where she saw it. Come on. Yep, and they're going to object back and forth. We're going to have to show that she saw it from the security room. Give, thank you. Take that. So why would she lie about being in B block? Well, she was very specific about being 30 feet away and being too far to prevent it. But it's also a lot easier to be there at the scene of the crime if you're up a flight of stairs. Come on. We're gonna toss that safety save right here. The truth still stands. No, it doesn't. Come on. Come on. Why? She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. Come on. Come on. So her reason. So it wasn't because she was at a different angle. Yeah, so Miss Starr witnesses a crime from the security guard station instead of B block. Definitely not. Well, the difference in lighting doesn't really change. If it's not the angle of the view, it has to be the distance, right? It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. There we go. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Guy? Well, witness? Hugh. Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. Especially since I'm pretty sure those are rubber bands. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed this crime from the glass pole station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked, I couldn't open it. Was it though? That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That's quite a detour. Yeah, that is quite the detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's shirt who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invitation. Oh, invention. I can read. Would you like another caviar lunch? How many of these does she have? Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Yeah, I'm gonna object. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, Ricky. A 5-minute blank? Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Got her. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. We're not off the hook yet. What? She was the one. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels. Why? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Huh. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? A triple-decker. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I will allow one more testimony. Oh my god, no! Absolutely not! Absolutely not! Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? No. Ma'am, please shut up. Stop talking. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless evidence. Flawless, decisive evidence. Yeah, but... Oh, in that blank, she apparently cut herself. There's blood found on that shoe. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. My god. Ma'am, stop talking! Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you have blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Nah. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty solid. You can only study some evidence law, really. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Victim's shoe was added to the court record. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Wait. What was the other rule of evidence law? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the scene, and now to the victim matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood test tricking? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. What? That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. It's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there is very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. I hate that I'm like save scumming this, but like, this is the long trial. Let's see. I know. This is suffering. This blood, it's my sister's, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Where's sis? Now, where's the victim's blood? Oh, on the... Hello? What's this? Ah, there's blood here too. On the sole of the shoes, it's gotta be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. No, she. So she steps in... This blood might be an important clue. Wait, is this his shoe? Oh yeah, no. I guess that is her. I guess that is his. So, why couldn't it be Gumshoe's murder? No, I like Gumshoe. Look, say what you want about Gumshoe, but like, he's chill. So he steps in a pool of his own blood. Her blood gets smattered on his, wait, what is this, his right shoe? Yeah, this is his right shoe. So he steps in his own blood. Her right hand gets slashed and leaves a spatter on the shoe. She's wearing a glove in this picture. And there's no blood visibly around the car. So when did he step in blood? And when did she cut her hand? Because, like, I feel like if there's blood around the car, we'd be able to see it. Because he was killed in the trunk, right? And kind of found hanging out of it. So, it's weird. And also, he was stabbed with a knife. So how did he step in his own blood? Like, cause there's only one knife wound on him. And it was through the chest. like, he didn't die immediately, but like, that's not the kind of thing that's going to just pool on the, like, just, you know, gush down your front or like gush down your back so you can step in it. Like, it's not like, you know, cut an arm, cut a leg, you know, cut your, I don't know, your drug dealer, I guess. So how did he step in his own blood? From a knife, from a chest wound. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight, yeah. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some, like your client, she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? Yeah, no, there is a problem with this shoe. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence, a clear contradiction. That gleaming in your eye, you're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with the evidence. Okay, is it just... Okay, so it's just going to... Here. Take that! I wonder if you noticed there's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of his shoe? I'm going to try using the autopsy because it was a knife wound to the chest, specifically. Take that! I'm guessing your shoe has blood on it too. You just shot yourself in the foot? What do you mean I shot myself in the foot? How do you get blood on the bottom of your shoe from a knife to the chest? I hate everything about this. Because it drips down? Not enough to make blood... Not enough to make the blood pool that we see on those shoes. Makes a pool, then you take a step. I mean, not especially. Like, the problem is like, keep in mind that he's wearing clothing. They died of blood. I know! Okay, so, the problem here is that, keep in mind that he was killed in the trunk of the car, is the implication here, right? Because, so far, here. So as far as we can tell, okay, so, allegedly, Mate was stabbed here. He was found hanging out of the trunk, and the knife came from the trunk. The implication is that he was either standing here, up against the car, or he was in the trunk already. How is he going to step in a pool of his own blood when he is currently fully clothed, which is going to suck up a bunch of the blood? Where is he going to step in this blood pool? Where? The only way he could have stepped in his own blood is if it happened somewhere outside of the car and then the body got moved. Now, there is some evidence of that, in that I don't believe there was like blood splat anywhere around the car, but that doesn't mean that the crime didn't happen in the trunk. And at that point, he's like curled up in the trunk and therefore can't step in anything. Her blood getting on the top of his shoe still works. But the problem is that he can't step in his own blood if he got killed in the trunk. The only place, or like if he was up against it, the only way he could step in it is if it happened literally anywhere else. And then but of course, if he, you know, got stabbed somewhere else, the only way it could actually pool is if he just instantly collapsed to the ground. Because otherwise it's going to have to work its way down all the way through his clothing, which is going to be actively, you know, absorbing blood as it goes until it can no longer absorb it anymore. And he was wearing a coat, he had a shirt. Actually, can I see his ID really quick? Because I'm pretty sure this is the... Yeah. So he had this coat, he had a shirt, he might have had a vest too, he had his tie, his pants, his socks. All of that would have absorbed blood long before it made it to the floor. You could still die of blood loss without it pooling on the ground, unless he collapsed immediately to the ground. Because then it would have just pooled right underneath him. But at that point, he's not stepping in blood because he's, you know, actively dying on the ground. So, how does his blood get on the bottom of his shoe when he's not capable of walking? You know? Now, I guess there's an argument to be made where... Let me see, where is it specifically? So I guess there technically is an argument to be made that he got dragged into it, or it was like at the edge of the pool. I mean, it doesn't explain that little blob here. Because this is his, right? There's blood here too on the sole. It's gotta be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. Yeah, but how? Like, but how? How does he step in his own blood? And then we're pretty sure that this is hers. This is Solana's. Ugly Manura, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna just move the save a little closer so we don't have to deal with all of that. Okay, so if it's not the blood on the bottom of the shoe, I'm gonna try this one. The problem with this evidence is here where... What? What? See, this is what I have an issue here. And you know what? I just realized I might have save scummed us into a quarter. Because I tried here. Unless it didn't accept... Unless it thought I was, like, in the middle of the stuff, but... In the middle of the blood splat. But, like, see, the problem here is, like... If you die... I'm still saying you can't step in your own blood if you're the victim here. Like, it's literally impossible. Because if you die in the trunk... At, like, the side of your shoe? Sure. Absolutely. The side of your shoe could be splat. Like, this blood here should be the victim's. Not the other way around. This blood here should be the victim from the stab. The stab and spray should have been the blood on the top of the shoe. Why is it on the bottom? And also, why is there such a... I mean, I guess that's high enough to cause a difference. This is weird, though. Like, this whole blood splat here is just a weird shape. This whole thing... Okay, there's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Yeah. Don't mess with me, rookie, or it'll be... Your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about it? Okay, so it is the blood on the bottom of the shoe. Okay, so if it's not the autopsy, I guess we try the crime photo to say that there's no pool of blood on the ground. So how did he step in it? Because, like, his blood should not be on the bottom of his shoe. So I'm gonna try crime photo. The problem lies in the footprint. Yeah, there we go. The footprint? Yeah, there we go. Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe was covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't there any... Yeah, why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Yeah, see, it's literally impossible for the victim's blood to be on his shoe. What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction, but then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. We're gonna just toss down this safety save right here. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? Edgeworth? Emma, I love you, but you're not helping. No. See, now I get it. What's he get? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly, a predator, this one, a leopard woman roar. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that? I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness. Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. There is no way that was full of water. Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? You don't mean. Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would have evidence against her. Those things were heavy. I don't believe she could have kicked it over. That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it, but... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor? Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. I mean, we do know that there's one that's empty. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. There we go. I was about to say. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well... I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox, a lunchbox called evidence. Wait, don't tell me you have something else. How many? The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare me from the cough up. Oh no, look at this! A photograph? I had just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. It's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning, and it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. Although, we didn't see a hose there. I'm sorry, Mia. Right? Wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Carry yourself off the asphalt, take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. I like how we're just haunted by Mia. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well, this time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Mia not helping. Nah, she helping. Cause now we're objecting. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. Oh no. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. My god. Let's see. What's this? Well, for one, I am... I guess that's the right foot. I wish I could see the one that's in evidence. What's this? Take that! The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Here's his moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part of a car or a motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. There's something there. What's that suspicious looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there is something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, it depends on what it is. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. I'm gonna... Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. There we go. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Controller, please. There we go. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler? Ah! Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. Oh, her suffering is enjoyable. I hate her so much. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until we have seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Ooh, that was close. But we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? Apparently, yes. Arguably, she serves the worst lunches on the planet. Oh my god, we got through. That was some of the worst logic I've ever witnessed in my life. Oh, that's not what I want. We outie. Come on. Perk up. Mr. Wright? Oh, what? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Yeah, pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. Oh my god, it's him. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I saw a young and at least Officer Marshall. I come to take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a foreign enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there, anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers for... I'm sorry, you actually called her the prosecutor. Sir. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? She took it off, lost it? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. It could be in the muffler, but like... So Miss Star wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee. I hate everything about him, but at the same time, he's hilarious. Oh my god, we're back in court. Screaming. I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Oh. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused, you're doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock? Who's there? Oh, who is this guy? What's with this guy? Wait. A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Also, wait. Have we seen that symbol on his tie before? Like, this... Does that not look like the thing for, you? Man, doesn't that look like the pin for his poncho? Also, who is this guy? Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? The devil himself. Ah, it's you. Do we not get to find out who he is? Oh, sorry I'm late. Sorry I'm late, Udgy. The roads were packed, it's just me. Long time no see, Udgy. How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy, smizzy, Udgy. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge. First edgy, now edgy. I know. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Ah, so you're Rhino, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer of the entire district. Edgy, worthy, or Wortho. Name's Gant and Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I hate him already. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into the exhaust pipe. Our little worthy's car, no less. Oh, they were trying to kill him. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Wait. Chief? What kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth? How can they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth. Oh, the man wears a red cross on his suit. The temperature rose in the courtroom the moment he walks in. His name is Damon. No, it's D-A-M-O-N, but yes. Damon Gant. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, you're head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at that blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I won't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. I like how we don't even get control of this. It just does it for us. Wait. Hello, look what we got here. There's a small tag on this knife. It seems to say SL92. What does that mean? Well, I've heard something similar. DL6 of GL6 incident fame. But it's strange. Huh? What is... I'm not certain. I got the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Yes! I was right! Letters like this or letters that looked a lot like this somehow. I was right! The napkin is upside down! The note is upside down! Also, that is broken! That switchblade's broken. And bloody. Or rusted. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Switchblade knife added to the court record. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem, not even a little one, really. Department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See what a mess. time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case here, so I can't talk much about it. About that? I can prove that it is. There was a murder at the police department. A detective. That's hush-hush information, Aji. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait, you said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was called at the prosecutor's office. Order. Anyway, we at the department were all a fluster, as you might as well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. But we can prove that they're connected. Keep your questions focused on the case at hand. But yeah, no, we can prove that they're connected. Special player can't, unless there's evidence. I'm going to press this and see if I can bring in the note that way. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to your case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at that department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about that knife that'll give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that had me stumped all this time. So, how were things down at the department? Wait a second. Ah, last. An honest to goodness objection. This knife, this has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! And honest to goodness, what do you mean? From Edgy, this is great. Look at that tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7S 12/2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. Turn it around, and what do you get? Called it. Aha! Love this. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Got him. Order. Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? Oh, what game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed. Time of the crime. I want to know more about this. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, I guess not. Okay. Fine. I guess that'll... Fine. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand. Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there is a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the 2 murders together? Whatever. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife, what was it doing there? I better check this knife out. Okay, so we have that tag. There's a small tag. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so we already have that. Come on. Okay, and then we can't just do anything about that. Wait, are those fingerprints? Is that a fingerprint? Alright, if those are fingerprints, there's nothing we can do about them now. Although, why would you hold a knife like that? Actually, yeah, if your thumb is on the button for the switch blade itself. Okay, yeah, no, that's actually, yeah, no, that works. Knife was stolen from the evidence room. Bad day for the department. Tell me about it. You got a good look in your eye, Righto. Sharp, hungry, so something did happen, and why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? Detective was killed. Tell me more. Tell me more. Come on. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Edgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrators, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. Who was it? But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. We know where the victim was found. We know when the victim died. How was the victim killed? Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the forest call a stabbing with a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm going to have to press this a bit harder. The time of the crime, 5:15, scary coincidence, huh? 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence. This is just my gut feeling. I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. It's not officially linked. I mean, arguably it's linked. Wait, well, we know. Yeah, no, 5:15. Yeah, that's fine. One knife wound. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, no. The knife was evidence in a case that was stolen from the department's evidence room. That's not necessarily bad. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. Time of the crime was 5:15. Scary coincidence. Not officially linked. Now, if we can link the two together. Yeah, well, how can you say that there's no coincidence? Two detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police departments. That can't be a coincidence, and that knife was found there. So, you could argue that Goodman stole the knife out of evidence because they were doing their, you know, their transfer anyway. You know, take the knife, go over to the prosecutor's office, but that case was solved, wasn't it? No. Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors at the PD on the day of the murder. We could try this. Muffler was heard during a call made to Emma. This was found in the muffler? We could try presenting the phone call, since Lana knew about the knife in the muffler. I don't think... Yeah. No, that wasn't it. No. Trying to think. Yeah, no, that didn't want us any favors, but that's fine. Yeah. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence, and it wasn't. And that knife was found in the muffler, wrapped in her scarf, I guess? Well, actually... Victim's memo found in the car trunk. We could try this. Because the victim in our case had ties to that particular knife. So we could try, but... No, that's... No, what we're trying to connect together is the murder at the police department with the murder at the the prosecutor's office. So what connects the two together? Let's see. So if we're trying to link the two together, so they happened at the exact same time. And then, so... Let's see. So the King of the Prosecutor's Trophy was given out at the police department the day of the murder, right? That's broken. Let's see. So Edgeworth left the police department long before this happened. So this poor man, 3 minutes after he leaves, someone gets stabbed at the police department. 3 minutes after he arrives at the prosecutor's office, someone gets murdered in his trunk. Actually, yeah. Yeah, because he was already at, yeah, because he was already at the prosecutor's office before the police department murder happened. So with the King of the Prosecutor's Trophy, people, yeah, so the day of the murder, both the prosecutor's office and the police department were at the police department, right? Because they were there for the award ceremony and also the evidence transfer. So how do you tie the two of them together aside from... No, because it's like the exact same... It's the exact same weapon type. It's the exact same time. So how do you prove that they're connected? Because we could try this, because that ties the victim... No, because that ties the victim to the knife. But the knife was stolen out of evidence. You know what? I'm going to try something incredibly stupid. I'm going to try the trophy. I don't think it's going to do anything. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think this is actually doing anything. No. We weren't in any... No, but what else? I feel like I have this timeline, like, mashed together. Cause this was all the same day as the evidence transfer and the king of the thing. Time of the crime was, yeah, no, it's scary coincidence. Not officially linked. No. Yeah, because he can't just say anything. Well, if you can prove there is a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence, and it's not. And that knife was found in the muffler. But I could have swore we already tried presenting the knife here. So I'm gonna try presenting the notes. No. No. No, I feel like I'm missing something. No, because there is something that links them together. No, that does... No, I don't think that actually does us any good. It's battery powered, so it can be anywhere. It's currently outside the police department. It runs until the batteries run out. Let's see. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot entered at lot F512. That doesn't tell us where he started. I mean, this does, but... Okay, so... we could just try presenting the knife. To be perfectly honest, I don't think we did. Oh no, yeah, it's just going to... yeah, it's just gonna chuck us back out into the same conversation. I feel like I'm missing something. Because we're trying to tie... basically, we have the same motive. Well, we have the same weapon. We have the same time. Well, same weapon type. Same time. We're just gonna load it back because it's the same place. So, we have the same weapon type. We have the same time. Different places. So what connects the two of them together? There is a way to link them together, I think. But what is it? Investigator ID card found at the prosecutor's office. Crime scene. It's this nerd. Police department. That's not the part. I don't think it does us any good. So it's not the king of the prosecutors. Well, it's not the award ceremony that connects them together. Because that would have had everyone all in the same place. That doesn't matter. Edgeworth's knife. We've already established that it's same weapon type. Yeah, they were both stabbed. Both at the same time, but it could just still be a coincidence. It would have to be two people that, like, what were the two detectives working on? Or what? Did we try the note? I think we tried the note. So we tried the note, we tried the knife. Yeah, we tried the knife, we tried the note. I don't think the victim's shoe is going to do us any good. Because as far as we can tell, this blood is not fresh. This is ye olde blood. Because it was used in a stabbing a while ago. Let's see. Her cell phone doesn't tie them together. Even, let's see. Death due to blood loss. One knife wound. Died of... we know it's roughly 5:15. Wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. The blue badger panel, I don't think actually does anything to tie them together. Because it's just a dancing mascot board. It runs off batteries. It runs until it runs out. And if memory serves, it was still going when we got there. Miles, well, Edgeworth's parking stub tells us when he got back to the prosecutor's office, so we know he left the police department before their stabbing happened. He left, well, he was arriving before the other one happened, but allegedly he was up in his, he would have been out of the parking lot by then. We could try presenting our knife, since the other knife didn't do anything. But yeah, I don't think that's, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that does anything. So yeah, that's fine, whatever. So 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can be a coincidence since it's not. And that knife was at so this knife was stolen, yes, but on the day of the murder, it was evidence you say was it in fact a murder weapon. Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Maybe we're looking at the wrong spot. Oh, maybe it's not faulty. Yeah, no, that's, no, that's not what I was looking for. No, it's basically, as soon as I hit it, I'm like, that was actually probably a bad idea. Bad day for the apartment. Yeah, because there was a murder that happened. Detective was killed, what a mess. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. Seriously, is it... Did I not just establish this? In the perpetrator, do you have the suspect? Well, yeah, there was a suspect, just arrested them. In fact, do I not just get to hear? But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. This is where we find out... Yeah, this is how we found out that they were knifed, right? We're gonna love this. The time of the crime, yeah. I'm going to just see if he's... I like how he's just like, oh yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. Wait a second, I've heard of that. The evidence room, didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Yeah. It was stolen from evidence. There's a connection. Ah, there it is. So we were thinking the right thing, just not in the right spot. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy. We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Or at least we can press him on this. Yeah. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place between, is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed, there do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. Well, you two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to figure out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Thinking about it? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Who would have guessed? Oh my god. I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? Okay, then tell me. If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 584218. Not. Oh no. That's our victim. Wait, that's quite long, and we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. That's our victim. That's our victim. Actually, it does your honor. I think. Meaning. Wait, the person who died in the. Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. Anyone else get constant buffering? I'm not seeing anything on my end. And OBS seems to be cooperating. So I'm not sure what to tell you. Because I've been kind of keeping an eyeball on it. So it doesn't seem to be dropping. Yeah, it's not dropping frames on my end. It's actually running surprisingly smooth considering the number of issues it's been giving me this week. But yeah, it might be you. Try refreshing YouTube. See if that helps. Because sometimes because I know when I streamed on Twitch way back, it used to be a platform issue where for whatever reason, like I would be communicating with like the platform just fine, but then the platform would be having issues actually getting it out to other people. So try refreshing YouTube, see if that helps. Otherwise, I'm going to be keeping an eye on it, like I've been doing all stream, kinda. So, if it gets up to any funny business, hopefully we can catch it. No, I got confused, and this is news. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office, 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Ah, shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And everyone's like, and this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 8. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, right? What does this mean? The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as a tack, right? Oh, sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time. That That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time and in a completely different location? Yes, that is exactly what we're saying. No, what I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait, I said wait? Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright. Where have we heard that name before? Wait. Ha! It's coming back to bite him. Wait, what's up with his hand? Yo, what's up with Meekins' hand? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me, he said that report had nothing to do with the Hana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. It currently isn't conveniently. Oh, of course. As soon as you mention it, it goes away. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He didn't seem... Wow, that's mean. In any case, this is a serious error, gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. And Edgeworth is losing his touch. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law, Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? Well, I was just doing my job. No. Oh. We have destroyed this man so thoroughly. Oh no. Poor Edgeworth. It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, what with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. Aww. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Whatever your punishment for this, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. Got it. Winner, winner. Look at us. We survived. The trial only took like 6 million years. Oh my god. Seriously, we were doing that trial for basically the entire stream. Oh, Lord. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see, what is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5:00 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Wait, they're 30 minutes apart by car? When did he leave? So, he left long before. Lord. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or at least try to. Alright, let's do it. Well, she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. I like how she can read minds. Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Ma'am, you, like, barely wear them. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Wait, there wasn't a body? It was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room, no biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing, I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Like, it's impossible. That thing was so heavy. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood or not on the floor or not, the water in the drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Oh, we're going to go spraying for blood. Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But when the police have already done those tests, never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Also, luminol, I'm pretty sure, is not actually, like, alcohol, or at least not edible alcohol. So, like, it doesn't even matter. Look, here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Oh my god. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Okay. Anything is edible once, this is true. Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find some bloodstains. Okay, ooh, okay. Oh, hello. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a bloodstain? It's so, Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood, bloodstain's location? I'd say the amount. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Sky. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Like her! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. A star. You only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two. This day old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. What is she doing here? Da, 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 da. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Okay, so that, yeah, it's still broken. So how do I use the luminol? This rope is a... So that's, must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. Okay, so that's still the same there. So do I use... Ah, there it is. Spray. hello. There's blood on this phone. This blood must be from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Now, to be fair, we don't know that it's hers. This works so well. I'm so glad this is an infinite bottle of luminol. Alright, we're just going to do an honorary spray over there. Alright. Nope, nope, no! Go back! Thank you. Alright, so I don't think... Yeah, I don't think this is where the dude got stabbed, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I don't actually think this is where he got stabbed. I think he got stabbed at the police department and then moved. Now, granted, it's a 30-minute drive, but his time of death wouldn't have changed. The only thing that would have changed is when she saw. And I don't believe... Yeah, and this doesn't have a time on it. Now, why is it in Edgeworth's car? Good question. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? What photograph was it? This one? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me, this is why they call her the cough-up queen. That's, And here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go, or fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. Of course. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... what do you think about this? The SL9 incident is written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Okay. Ma'am, tell me things. Please, I beg. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? There we go. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable to who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. Wait a minute. That's her. That's the cowboy. And that's the victim. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? The criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort, made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Her and the cowboy. Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. I mean, both of them have motive to kill Goodman at that. Actually. Why would they? Oh yeah, no, they would have motive to kill Goodman because he managed to stay a detective. How? As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. Actually, who's that in the bottom left? Then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to the case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait. Those lunches you sell? There's only one reason I came to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet an old friend. To meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? This is when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Ricky? What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch received from Miss Star. Ah! Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. Haha! Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister to cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see, thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Interesting. Okay, so there's blood on the phone. There's... Actually, is this locked? Yeah, it is locked. Okay. So there's blood on the phone. There's some blood on the floor here, but not a ton. Like, I would say that that murder was committed elsewhere. Let's try High Prosecutor's Office, see if anything new is here. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday, and I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edward's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Okay. Let's just see. Looks like all of his stuff has not changed. But just to be sure. Chessboard hasn't changed. His books have not changed. Yeah, we think that Gumshoe's getting this stuff. Yeah, no, none of this has changed. Alright, let's just move. Back to the police department. February 23rd. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around us so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Oh my god. Okay. Just be thorough. Okay. You can never be too careful when you're looking for blood. Criminal Affairs Department. I'm gonna laugh if we... Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder at a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, it makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead. Set on investigating. Oh, but don't mess up or we wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Okay, so that'll get us to the detention center, which is interesting. Let's go to the guard station, I guess. He's just got a lasso chillin'. Sir, what's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. Oh, what's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is the guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Just maybe. The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. Well, look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through there, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yarg myself. Oh no. Look on the floor, lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Excuse me, he is actively drinking on the job. Come on. Hey, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. Also, encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction, just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, leather, what's that thing called again? A poncho. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. Oh, that's more of the same one. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it would be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Where is he? Interesting. Very interesting. Also, why can't we just use this? Why can't we just swipe in with the dead man's card? Okay, so where is he? Okay, so we're back out here. Please, huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal, now we just need evidence. Criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? Yes, we were there when we established it. Actually, we were the ones who established it. Alright, and they've been arrested. You gonna... It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Well, too bad. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Later. Here enough to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. However... Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What on earth was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against her. That's what I'd say. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is it Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meegan, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. What? Sir, stop doing that. Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of that room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir. Because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. And... Oof, what the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here at the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand, just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Alright, we'll ask him about his hand, and then I think we'll wrap it up there, because it is 8 o'clock and I do need dinner. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir. Oh my god, he needs to stop that. You see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, but the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock, what the sorrow. Sir, can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. And actually, surprisingly, what I was thinking. He got murdered in 2 different places because he was murdered and then carried across town. Probably. Or, like, stabbed. Actually. Well, yeah, because they never found a body when they discovered... Actually, how did they establish that he got murdered? I'm gonna grab something really quick. Hi, sir. We're just gonna steal your face really quick. Thank you. But yeah, so it's very strange what they're claiming has happened here. Because they're just like, oh yeah, no, someone was murdered here in the evidence room, but like, the body is currently missing. So how do you prove, how can you claim he was murdered if the body is missing, you know? But anyway, we'll get to the bottom of that next week. Because unfortunately for today, it is time for me to head out. So next week, Monday, probably Thursday and Friday are going to be dedicated to more Phoenix Wright's attorney. If not this specific case, we are probably going to be moving on to the next case, next case or next game in the trilogy, whichever winds up being the case. Monday is most likely going to still be the same case, because I've heard this particular one takes anywhere between 7 to 10 hours, depending on how well you jive with the logic it's expecting from you. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so schedule will be going up sometime this weekend. So I hope y'all had a good time. I know despite how it sounded, I had a good time. So I look forward to seeing folks when I see y'all again. So take care, everyone. Have a good weekend. And take care.